Hello there, friend, ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals. Probably mostly just my good buddy Connor. Hello there, man. How you doing? I I think you're up early, but then again, my days start really late. So this is probably just normal human time for you. The time where normal humans crawl out of bed and get ready and sit down. Hope you're having a good morning, man. I was supposed to go work out in 30. But there you go. In 30, you have 30 minutes to wake up. That sounds perfect. We got some nerve-wracking stuff today. Super nerve-wracking stuff. I told myself that I spent all day yesterday doing study art. Right? Lines, circles. Here, let me show you real quick. They're under this box because they start to wrinkle. So if you do the Drawbox courses I linked to you, you'll end up doing these things. And again, it took me all day because you're supposed to read the videos, watch the text, and this is like my third time trying to go through it and get it all done. But essentially, Drawbox is lines and circles, and each line is done slowly and precisely and with a lot of different techniques, and you end up, slowly making your strokes and your line work better. But this I took about a 2-hour break. I'd say about 6 hours in total. So that means today, I'm going to try to do the thing in art where you have fun, play, not study, and draw from imagination, which is a thing It's worrisome. It's scary. I was up at 3 and 5 a.m. because, baby don't sleep. You gotta get that. Tell that baby, hey baby, sleep, because that's how it works. That's all you do. Real quick intro. Generally, hello. I'm Uncommon. I'm learning how to draw. We're not doing this in some sort of be big content creator, get lots of views, have an audience. We're doing this as a discipline for myself. Because I can get up and face the camera if I don't know, if I set a schedule. For some reason, I'm at work now. Keep good hours. But I want to use that energy, I want to use that discipline, and I want to get myself drawing. Drawing. Because I spent too much of my life watching YouTube videos on how to draw rather than actually taking the time to draw. And that's what this is, putting in the hours and hoping something clicks. We're about 10 streams into this, but we're not 10 days into this. We're generally, I'd say generally 5 to 7 more days on top of that at the beginning of the year, plus every failed attempt to learn to draw for the last 20 years in which I sat down and did similar things. Well, except pen to paper for nearly the amount of time. We're closing in on like literally doubling the amount of time I've drawn in my life just due to the stream. So, that being said, what are we doing today? What are we doing today? Well, let's move all that over. Let's move our stuff to the side. I think the volume's a little loud on the music. If I turn it down here, it doesn't turn down for everyone. So I'm going to turn down the audio volume a little. We're going to do some volume mixing. We're stalling. We had a cool thing show up. Here we go. We had a cool thing show up. We're going to stall a little more. So it's what I do. My keyboard is now smaller and Bluetooth. So when I pull my drawing pad in its place, I just pick this up and move it over there. It does do a little bit more moving than that. But because you got a new keyboard, I had to get another mouse pad. And something just disconnected. No idea what it was. Or connected. Because I heard the beep sound. Everything seems fine. Alright. So we're going to pull our drawing pad over. We're trying a different angle now. We used to have the drawing pad kind of like... Where's the angle? Oh, where's the camera? Where's the cable? Anyway, we used to have it more like... this. And now I'm trying it down like that. Lower down. Try to find a sweet spot. So we get that into place. And then we bring the keyboard just right up to it. It's real nice. Cool. I think we're all set up. All set up. We're all set up. All right, we gotta move the mic. This thing does not sit well if it's right in front of the drawing pad. Hit an art button. We have an art button. I don't even know when I drew that cylinder, but we did. It exists. We are going to start with some warm-ups. We're going to spend some more time trying to get I would say the pen to feel as comfortable as paper, because it doesn't right now. There's a disconnect with the friction when I'm holding the pen and I'm dragging it across the tablet. It doesn't feel as cozy. Breaking that in a little bit at a time, but we're gonna do some lines. Is this this is the Weekend Doodles folder? What did we do? Weekend Doodles. I think I posted them all on the Discord. We don't need to do that. We're stalling. Let's do something new. A new illustration. Let's give ourselves. We've been doing 1920 by 1080. I think we can give ourselves some more room. 2560 by 1440. And I kind of like drawing on a little bit of gray for these things, because if I take a screenshot of it later, it feels like a better thumbnail. So we're going to start drawing in gray paper background. Style choice. Not so dark that I'm going to make decisions based on coloring yet, but I don't know. We'll see. We haven't done a lot of color yet. I mean, by a lot, I mean none. What do we have for a line? Ooh, that's a good line. Not even looking, we're just doing nice. Not even looking close. I somehow I hit a ruler. I put a ruler, and that's a tool I still don't understand. And now we're back on the paper. Okay. We are getting used to the tool still. We're trying to use hotkeys every chance we get. Get used to hitting those buttons on the keyboard so that we're not hunting and scratching for them over here in the toolbar. Headphones are still being headphones. Cables curling up on me. There we go. Let's add a little weight to this so I can see the sensitivity. I think actually even easier than creating new layers here is just hitting the undo button. Alright, let's give ourselves a straight line and a red pen. And we're going to just work on confidence and accuracy for a minute. Just getting warmed up. We are going to spend significantly less time today in study mode. We got to start working our imagination. I do have some references up. I will be pulling up to kind of help, but not copying. We're not copying today. We're going to study short looks at, say, a character's main facial features, the things that make them identifiable. I'm going to draw a couple of them. Most of the stuff we've been drawing, I've got to really get a better list of references. I as much as I enjoy, you know, drawing one piece every time. I should mix it up. So I've got One Piece plus other references. Okay, now let's take a little more purpose to this. I'm gonna ghost the line and then try to find that threshold. There's a threshold to confidence and accuracy. If I go too fast, I lose all accuracy, right? If I go too slow, the line wobbles a bit. But there's a middle ground somewhere I've got to find. Somewhere in there. We can even shrink the line size. Okay. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Straight line simulator. My man, I wish we were simulating straight lines. I think we are. We got the wibbly wobblies. So, references. Straight up was Dragon Ball. There's a Dragon Ball tab. I've got a One Piece tab. I even got a I say One Punch Man, but there's not a lot of art on this list. A little bit of Eyeshield 21. Fun anime. I really enjoyed that. Stuff with Bleach is always fun. A little bit of the Naruto stuff. Just a little bit there. That's mostly sceneries, which they do a lot of really good scenery work. Dragon Ball is kind of a style. I'm not like it's recognizable. It's super recognizable. I don't think I want to lean that hard. I don't know what I'm talking about. The One Punch Man, the Bleach stuff. I think the Bleach stuff and the One Piece stuff have the most art sketches. And what I'm looking at when I say like multiple references, like if I wanted to learn, try to familiarize myself and do a bunch of Zoro, get some Zoro face in. All right, this is a good sheet, I think. The artist teaches himself. We're here to draw for fun today and imagination. So if we were to do that, and I was to right now, close this reference, both on stream and over here, and I'm like, all right, let's draw Zoro from my imagination, from what I know currently. What would we do? What would we do? Start with a blue. I think I'd try to get a pose together. Maybe frame that whole thing better. Alright. Too many circles. Torso. Pelvis. That should be about half the body width right there. Right in here. And then that to that. We got some feet. Right, if we were to do straight up and down proportions, maybe do something like that. But that's a boring pose. Can we do anything more interesting? Mental images here. Let's just do some gesture stuff. Let's see if we can find something I like. Good lines. So I think my brain immediately goes to like some kind of like wide stance with a something that feels Dragon Ball, right? Just lines of this is just the head looking up. Even that, I think I even did something similar earlier. Right, swords at the ready. But how do we make that dynamic? How do we make that a cooler stance? Something in action. What about like a drawing stance where he's maybe something in the legs here. Drawing a sword. How does that look? We probably foreshorten the torso a bit. We lean him in, maybe the headband. All right. All right, let's try. Make this a blue pencil. Just a bigger face. The face I want to see leaning in. Foreshortened torso. Pelvis. Maybe even like in here. Elbow that comes out. With a hand that's like at the camera. Probably not giving myself nearly enough space for all this, but we'll move it up. Can we move it up? T. Now, there's a hotkey I gotta learn for this transform. Give myself a bit more room. Ah, digital tools. Okay. Kind of holding my own hand across my own body, and what I'm seeing is an arm that comes like down, but then flat across the body for the draw. And then a hand, another hand. Now this one comes straight down, like elbow is from a side view, straight down, and holding the scabbard, while the other hand draws the blade, right? And this hand's coming across and then diagonally up. So not quite what I've done here. Shortcuts. Using the keyboard. Alright, I don't know why we had to get rid of the head. So yeah, something in there. Let's see. So there's a bit of a lean. Again, we have a foreshortened torso. The arm comes out. Word foreshortened. I'm saying it. I've got to actually know what it means. Or use it correctly, I feel. That is kind of coming out. But this forearm is completely straight across. It is on the waist, so that's a thought. I think I'm not nearly low enough. Let's get the... So if I was standing straight up, I want him to lean a bit though, so let's do... We're looking down on the torso. A little bit of a gap here. The shoulders would be more this way. It means torso's that way. But the waist is straight. The swords are about where the hip joint is. So we would want something there. But the swords themselves, the handles where you would draw. I'm trying to do it here. I still feel they come in a bit and then comes across, but it feels parallel to me. So it makes me want to like draw it all the way over and like flat straight down, not curved. But there's a limit to where that elbow goes. So I can't get a straight line here without part of the body leaning in. Maybe that's this elbow or this shoulder drop. So now we can go lower. I don't know anatomy. We're nothing more than super basic stuff, but we're giving it a run. So all that tilt gives us a body that's this way. And I can see already, like, the head needs to be moved over. Let's not fuck with that right now. Now these swords go a direction, don't matter. Get the pencil again. Now the hips. They're kind of gonna lean. They're going away from the camera more than they're leaning. What's happening to the legs? Not a lot, because I took them off screen. Which is, I guess, kind of fine. Got a belt. We can, fake Zora's legs for a bit. They all end up being an all black pant leg for now anyway. Let's redo this head kind of in alignment. Let's do a layer for, not drawing over what we have. If he's leaning, his shoulder, I feel like the head just ends up being like here. Let's do some width. So the shoulders themselves are this big. The head should be, the circle of the head should be about that big. So we're definitely tiny head right now. Again, we're off to the right a bit more than we should be. I'm sure if I just keep adding lines to it, that'll work itself out. He doesn't have that big of a neck. Doesn't have that big of a head. That's looking better. Okay. All right. I think let's combine these. Let's group them at least. All right. Let's lower the opacity. Let's get rid of this back layer. And let's think about some detail. Alright, I'm gonna zoom in a bit. So, head. I guess we could pencil this. Give us a looser... kind of circle. See, the problem with being all these sketch lines, of course, is we still have to find where the real line is. And our brain works out the averages of those lines. And solves some of the equation for us. So I kind of like to... I love adding the extra lines. It makes it feel like I'm doing something good. But I've got to take them away at a point. Now, if the brow line is somewhere there, and I, still trying to find... Like, I drew Loomis after the fact here, trying to locate things. The headband is right about there. It typically covers... Don't look at the reference. Typically covers his eyes, and I remember his eyes being more like this, and I've seen a lot of Luffy being more like that. Luffy eye, Zoro eye. So we'll do that bit for now. Feels way far up compared to the nose. At some point, I've got to be okay with some rough-looking sketches and move on. But I don't want to make that a habit to put out, not my best work. I'm gonna do that on my own. I don't need to excuse all of my messiness. Alright, like back here we have kind of this shape. Alright, so we got enough shit going on down there. I think with he's got that white shirt. Alright. There's definitely some lines to be had here, but I think the general shape of his head is entirely wrong. So we'll double check ourselves afterwards. But for now, let's just try to draw something on here. And we're gonna spend some time hating our art. Why not? So, real quick lesson here. This is lesson for myself, thought for myself, not a lesson. There's no lessons here. No one's learning anything. Well, I'm learning. I'm not teaching anything. Essentially, this side is stretching. Alright. And this side is scrunching. I don't know what that does to his actual lines here. I think there's normally some kind of not a super obvious chest, but I want to say there's this line here, and the general outline of the chest is apparent. Kind of like I'm trying to do over here at this left line. Make it chest-like, not chest-like, but it's got some kind of character to it that I've seen. Try to get the line of this right and move on. Again, we're gonna work. We're gonna do this one, I think, a few times, maybe over top of itself as we take a look at the reference and see where we kind of went off. All right. He's got this big sash. Little collarbones. I remember these little collarbones. The neck. Comes down. Well, he does have a big neck. It probably ain't that big. But move it down. Let's just get a good solid line. The proportions are kind of off the page. Good for us. I ain't got to worry about them. But this little complicated bit right here. Let's add a layer. Alright, so the thing in the front is a hand. Now, what I would like to do is draw the palm. Let's say like thumb, palm on top of, you know, say the sword. And it's going to be more the meaty portion of the palm and the hand. I know a little bit about how to draw a katana. Right? But how to get this, like, I know nothing about how to, I know how to physically draw a katana from a scabbard. Sort of. Drawing hands, though. That's the, alright, so we're gonna have, like, you know, some hands. Jesus Christ. Hands. I mean, you're gonna see all four of them splayed out. The pinky through the thumb there. It's just in preparation to draw, but the pinky is farther back. I'm drawing hands from imagination right here. We're gonna have to do a hand study. That is the if I can take a picture of my own hand, but we're drawing from imagination. We're making these mistakes because I'm afraid of them. And to do less right now would be a discredit. So let's get an envelope now. We kind of know the shape, but now we got to think about the size. Because a hand isn't maybe as big as the circle portion of the head. Maybe? So what's that kind of look like? It feels like a big hand. Feels like a big forearm. We're drawing a lot on feeling right now. Yeah, we really should be combining some layers because we're we're drawing and erasing and drawing and erasing, and not keeping the layers in mind. So let's merge these two black line layers. Keep working. So I think what we can get here, get away with, is a mildly foreshortened cylinder. If I start thinking in shapes, we'll be so much better. All right, and that's a little bit of work right there. Each of these fingers is kind of coming back a bit. They're splayed a bit. They'd be ready to draw a bit. Not gonna be afraid. This thumb actually. Oh gosh, big eraser. Let's shrink that eraser a bit. Thumb probably more like. Kind of splayed back here, out of position a bit, but all right. Now let's take. I mean, he's got like 2 more swords, right? That's the easy bit, like the easy bit. Straight line? No, it's not the easy bit. None of this is the easy bit. Because he would have like. I think we are well off in the, you know, we're suddenly in the wrong brush. Dimensions of everything. We're not gonna worry too much about what's going on right here, right this moment. But I mean, we could always spend some time, you know, making these lines better. I am a mortal. We make mortal-like art. Yeah, we really gotta solve for this head. That lasso. Right, I don't. Like, hitting it right about there does us a little justice. We're not gonna like do any big rotations to it. I'm not sure why I'm rotating it at all. Alright. I think I'm okay to pull up a reference real quick. What do we have kind of in that direction? It's a lot of the early stuff, I think there's a lot of shadowing when this was done. But let's add a layer, move off to the side, and look at the head, because we keep doing this like really wacky. Like really blah looking head. If we say straight on, he's very. I don't even think I can copy from looking. This is like angled here. I'm really rough at. I even pulled. I did a little tracing on Saturday, trying to find like this headline better. Even this is like kind of shadowed here. He's got a line on the straight on. Now if we look at the angle, if I do this correct, like Am I seeing more this angle? And there's always seems to be the left side seems to be a little softer in this curve, and the left always seems it feels pointier. Right, his ears are Oda's ears for his characters are also lower. They're always lower than what I understand their placement should be. We get this. And that's, we should at least do even in our own art. Let's get some erasing. Let's find the right lines. Or let's choose some lines. Because we're going very thick here. And this is the kind of stuff I want to be able to do smoother. I would love to be able to just put this down in a smooth, confident line. Alright, the nose kind of starting at the top of the ear and really ending before the ear ends. He's got this really wide, disapproving frown. Alright, that's not quite the line there. Now, the way this goes slightly above the ears, right? We get this like little bit of hair right above where the nose ends. We get this kind of mask shape. Let's go ahead and see if we can't fit in the bandana line. Let's see if that helps me get the shape of the eye. It is this shadow, but it is not super filled in, right? We've got this little bit of a dot, and this is all. Do I have I do not have all the right settings to fill that in. But let me give it some quick sketching. Alright, so where are we off and in what segments, aside from not finishing the head? Where I feel like I'm searching for the shape here. It definitely wasn't the first line, but I don't think it's the line we have either. I do think, of course, we're closer. I'm going to copy this real quick. We can do a compare. Give ourselves a new layer and paste this. So now we take our own layer. Nope. Take our own head. Delete. Select it. And what I want to do is just give myself a comparison. I guess it needs to be above, or this other layer needs to be below. can fade it. Let's get rid of... We're working. This is the... Yeah. Transform. Okay, generally that's it. We have definitely we've got some things to fix, clearly, but what's about right? So I think the head shape's about right. Okay, so what it is definitely the eyes are tall. Like that is the biggest thing. Let's do this. Deselect everything, and I want to try. Oh wait, can I just squeeze it? I can't really squeeze it down because the heads right now are comparable height. But I wonder what this looks like if we just. Now this isn't how I want to draw. This is just how I want to learn. So instead of doing it like that, let's select more of it. Bring down the whole of the head. Whole of those eyes. Now what did that end up looking like? Nope. We'll get used to this program eventually. It'll come faster. Okay, so we got like immediately a better Zorro. Like immediately this looks better because we've got the placement a little better. Are you witted, son? We are not, but we are. We are. To be fair, even in the official art, the middle one looks like he has a massive forehead compared to the other sketches. True. Oh, now what we're doing, and aside from winning, we're pushing ourselves into uncomfortable territory. You know, trying to draw a bit from imagination, putting some doodles down without painstakingly spending 2 hours on a reference copy. I love the way the reference copies come out, but I gotta sit down and doodle more. I say that as I'm now currently looking at a reference, but we drew it first, and then we look at the reference to try to draw it again. You can see, 1 second. We drew it first. Alright. Alright, so let's take what we've learned. Let's see if we can't, like, do anything with this. And I'd be okay with a straight-on head. I look in the reference. There is one that's at like a 45-degree tilt. I feel like the image I was going for was more of like a 22-degree, more straight-on. So we chose straight-on when we were doing them. All right, enough excuses. Let's where are my layers? Where are the important ones? I'm gonna merge these visible black lines. Keep my space a little tidy. And let's see if I can't find the Zorro here. And then move on to the next one really quickly. I don't want to dwell on it too bad. I mean, he's got this, he does have a chin. And I was me drawing with a lasso. He definitely has like a chin. And then it comes up better than I have been. And then what did we see? We're looking. I don't want to look. I keep looking. I gotta close this page. Close it. Nope, don't go to the next file. See, like, part of me wants to put this nice curve in it. Not even nice, like there's a... Like when you're doing a cylinder, right? It's like that. Part of me wants to do it. I didn't see it in the drawing. I'm doing it anyway. He does these noses. In fact, the ear I think is lower. Was lower in ours than where we would normally place like the brow. Like if we were keeping to the style, right? What would we do? We would maybe shrink our pencil first. Maybe ear somewhere in there. Maybe. He does currently in the early stages. He does this nose kind of like that. It's not going to be center line. It needs to be over here, I think. I think in the official, like I say, in the official art, there's more of a straight line here. This is kind of too small of a brush. Am I? Yeah, I gave myself too small for what we're doing now. If I use the pen tool, I get a much cleaner line at this size. But the pencil tool feels like I need something bigger. How did he do his eyes? They are... I'm just gonna pull it up. Pull up something. And they're just wildly different depending. They shape different with the bandana. With the bandana, they were these things. And I wouldn't even try to like draw the inside line as much as I think I would darken the edges and then something like that. So let's try to do that on this line. Not that line. I have a... The eyes are closer. The bandana incorporates his ears. Like it goes over the ears. And this mask of shadow. It's not really a mask, it's just a shadow. Ah, the ability to undo. Alright. Oh, it's so bad when you get rid of all the extra drawing lines. And that's... I want to say, like... a little... that way. But I think that's my own... It's like, that's not me. I guess this is imagination. If we do it, we figure out kind of ourselves. Kind of ourselves. Gosh. I didn't even put this on a new layer or anything. We're just kind of, inking something fierce, aren't we? Next piece. Imagination. Oh no. All right. Oh. Tell y'all, spent 6 hours yesterday drawing lines and circles, and the day before that staring at YouTube, drawing what they're telling me to draw. I need this time, but this is the hardest thing so far to do in front of people. I started to do it in front of myself. Alright, let's see. Let's give yourself a box. I want to draw a box. I'm not drawing a box. Characters. Poses, people, moving, action, shapes, right? Let's do... Let's do a little bit of running. How about a running Luffy? Just any running character, but let's do this one with the G pen. I want to show this. I want to say like running motion here. A little bit of gesture. And actually, I think more out here. Just one of these, like, real big, expressive, running, expressive. This feels good. I have to figure out the size of the head a bit. You know, whatever a straw hat looks like. Maybe on the back. He's got that thing that holds it like that little string around the neck. Okay. I think we've got a pose that feels okay. What's that look like on him? Learning anatomy, you should do Gear 5. We're doodling. We're doodling. No learning today. I spent the whole weekend learning Crocmere, so we're just doing bad doodles. But hello and welcome. This is that part, you know, of all those, like, learning to draw in, you know, 1 year, and they go back and they look at their sketchbook and they show it to you. I mean, this is like the first week. Gonna be rough. I think I just need I need a picture of him so I'm not completely screwing up the outfit, but I don't want to look at him too closely and copy. So what we're working with, right, is a reference that's not well, it's not going to tell us anything about this pose, hopefully. Oh, and fun bit, Crocmere, we did Gear 5. We have, and it was a lot of fun. I have that somewhere. I can bring it up, even. I like looking at things I've done that turned out well. Let's see, copy link. And where's my ref? There it is. Aha! Wait a minute. We drew that. I was a big fan. That is still me, like 3 hours painstakingly drawing and redrawing and redrawing and redrawing and measuring, and today we'll see. We'll see what we end up with. I think part of the issue is I want to do it in the first pen stroke, and I got to be willing to break it down a bit and take my time. So maybe that's what we'll try here. Good line of action too. I think it does. I think it does too. It's fun sometimes to just draw a good curved line. So yeah, reference for him. So if we gave ourselves the I never know which. I realize now we're at like 200% zoom here. So let's pull it out to the whole page. Let's take this layer and just make it bigger. I guess we'll start with that, and I need the lasso tool again. Let's just make the selection this, transform. I want to confine myself to a very tiny picture. Give myself some room. Perfect. Alright, so he is clothed top to bottom. We get, we'll have pants. We'll have legs. Fortunately, not a lot of anatomy I gotta worry about with these lines. So let's just try sliding this up a little more. I want to be able to see it. Pull out the pen and see what happens first pass, right? Definitely, he's got the vest. It does come all the way down. To the shorts. He's probably a little wider than that. He's got the pants, the shorts, of which if we're gonna go front leg back, right? I think his pants are kind of long. Maybe, well, what have we done here with the knee? So I want to say they're about knee length, but his knee feels a little short. It probably would draw from back here. Of course, we've got ourselves big old bushy pant legs. Some normal pant line stuff. The shirt is, again, thicker. This is going to swing over the pants. He's got this dividing line here. It does come all the way down. And maybe in this case, his body's probably twisting more. All right, so let's take this line. like that, maybe? Maybe it's more sideways than all that, too. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let's erase some lines and think about it. So, if we take, say, the edge of the shirt out like this, and zoom in a bit. So I feel like we get this side that comes out. Wraps around, and then we can show kind of this line. Show some of the crunch in the what would normally be the body, but in this case it's just the shirt being pressed against his side here because he's running to the left. We get this like he's got some like the key points of anatomy that kind of pop out. So I still want to show the like an elbow. We can mess with the hands in a second. I'm really liking the lines on some of these. I think what we would see, we still see the elbow and maybe a bit of the forearm shaping. And we'll come to the hands. Alright, let's look at the feet. Until we get to the... Let's get a look at the leg. When we get to the foot, you know, there's something to do. I feel like the knees definitely moved back. What if we... I zoom out and look at the whole thing. Cool. You see what we're hesitating on. Now, that being said, the back leg, which is supposed to be, you know, in the back, we've given it the shapes aren't good, right? This is skinny, that's big. Almost as if we'd swap what was in front. So let's redo this line. And maybe that one. They shouldn't be that different. Is really the issue. It's not the issue of you know, shrink the other one, make this one bigger. They're not going to be that much of a size difference. I think this line needs some help. Like some... Maybe not this one as much as this one. Follow the line of the pant leg here. You know, we're gonna redo that whole line because I can't get that smooth. There we go. Same thing with this one. Now, one of the things I think we're doing up here is I'm making the line so unsure that I'm making it for me being unsure. I think I need to commit to a better set of lines here. Give him a little bit of a butt here. Okay, perfect. I mean, not perfect, but we're making some strides. He's got these signature buttons. If we zoom in enough, we might even be able to clean up this line. The whole line's super thick. Okay, that's not bad. I didn't want to redraw it. All right, the hard part. Getting a face right. Now, a little more rounded. Big smile. Let's plan it up a bit. So, not facing the camera. Right, that would be wrong. Even though as I continue to draw it. More of a side view. And I really got to give myself some more room to sort this out. So let's see. We Loomis head this. What do we end up with? Maybe not an inside circle that small. Something like this. About 2/3 of the circle. You know, eyes that are, brows that are here. It's actually more like that. Nose that's kind of in that line. Or we end up with something in that territory. We do, you know, a little bit of the hair stuff. No idea what his hair kind of does, I guess, at all. Not a, you know, not a strength of mine. But how do we turn that? Let's go ahead and, you know, cut, paste that. Make it a little shorter. Check that text message. That was me, not you. Cool. It was an email. Oh gosh. I'm not looking over there yet. I guess I could. There's not a. There is a side face. There is a side face, and what I'm seeing is this kind of chin, it comes in a lot more rounded nose to a forehead, lots of hair. And I'm generally, you know, remembering that he keeps the ears a bit lower. I didn't mean to draw necessarily where I'm drawing. So let's go to this layer. Let's put a new layer here. Actually, let's put a new layer right above it. Go to blue. Go to a more sketch friendly. Oof. And it's like this rounded chin. I'm just letting it happen right now. Letting it happen. We're gonna pull it in a second and look at it. Actually, here, what is? Let's connect. Let's make this connection with my brain. Oh. Okay, I've just apparently killed all my windows. Let's bring them all back up. I didn't kill them as much as I moved them heavily. I guess we don't really need this as much. Alright, buttons. Buttons I want to push. I wanted to select this picture. I wanted to transform it. I wanted to flip it, but I think that's a right-click action. There's a way to flip it. We're gonna find out. I guess it is okay if we just do this. Alright, let's pull our other. Let's pull this godforsaken thing over there. I'm just gonna cut and copy it as another layer. Guess, oh, that's a problem. Okay, I see what I've done. Cutting and copying it, paste the background over it, and what I want to do is find these two things. Let's merge the selected layers. And I want to grab it and put it over top of that image and just take a look. First off, I guess we'll stop. Move it actually on top. Make it a little opaque. Transform again. There we go. Let's shrink it a bit. Oh, we're gonna shrink it until they're the same size. I don't know why it's giving me such a big rectangle. Let's try it better. Let's deselect everything. Making it very hard to shrink. Yeah, even trying to get the eyes and the jaw lined up. Wait a minute, what have we kind of generally get the placement of the eyes in the right spot. The nose is a big problem. The angle isn't terribly wrong on the mouth. Like if we're looking at that again. Or would I fling my pen somewhere? Pencil! Away with you. It's probably like on the floor, and I don't want to like roll the desk or roll the chair until I see it. Oh, there it is, right beside the monitor. I didn't fling it. Aside from really, really thick lines, aside from all the problems with the art, it's perfect. It was like here, and it was smaller. It came out more. Rounded nose and up. Right. And there's this like character factor. Where as soon as you kind of get the lines, you get like the important lines in, it starts to feel right. And like that already, even in my own thick ass pen strokes, starts to feel more like the character just by bringing in that nose. A little bit. I'd say the nose could probably come up more. Oh no! He's lumpy. King of the two-piece. What we're doing here is something we're trying not to do today. Just, study something too hard. Because I'm uncomfortable. Oh, we flipped it. There's no scar on this side. Because we're uncomfortable kind of just drawing for fun. That's something I need to overcome. Not even seeing the whole neck. We're just going. There's like this, and it comes down. Of course, he's got the hat, so. All right. So what about our very own segment? Let's get rid of some of these. Let's get rid of like almost everything. Where's our layers? What are the layers I care about? Like that's where we're at. We like that. And this is done on this layer here. This layer, if I zoom out, I want to see all the layers. I want to delete some things. Okay. Let's go ahead and merge those selected layers. Let's kind of flatten this out a bit. We've got our sketch. We've got the beginning of our line work. Some Zorro. Go ahead and group those together. And keep working over here. We're going to take a minute though. I need to grab some coffee. Maybe just a regular non-coffee drink. We'll be right back. boy. All right. Things I'm happy about is everything that's inked up. Things I gotta work on. The things that I'm gonna beat myself up most about. That's fine. I'm here for me, not you. That's the mantra, right? Alright. So let's give this a try. We're gonna throw something down. We already got the big circle head. That's looking pretty okay. I am pretty happy. It's the perspective, the proportions aren't quite there. And immediately I want to bring it down. And what do we have? Like the head width should be a little bigger. Photoshop something, ain't it? Photoshop, Clip Studio, digital drawing. Hello, Gaia. Hello, hello. Welcome. We'll go with something like that. A little bit of a crutch. Transforming things, but I'll take it. Just want to thicken the line. No, the hard part? No, there's all kinds of hard parts. I think we're past it now. We're past the difficult part. Like it generally looks like what we're doing. We could definitely fix her up, draw and redraw, but let's add a layer and just start doodling out hair. I can see we definitely like have some problems with this line here. So let's take a confident leap and do some erasing. Okay. Again, I have a visual layer problem because that's like the hair layer. Let's go ahead and merge those again. Yeah. For those of you who are just joining us, hello, welcome. I'm bad at this. I'm learning. We're doing probably my most stressful stuff today, which is drawing from imagination, which is a weakness that I just don't put the time in to do it. So we're overcoming a little bit of anxiety and things, and that's fine. We're at that point. Saint, you know, it's like we said earlier, it's Lumpy, king of the two-piece pirates, the Straw Hat Strums. Like, no idea what goes on with his hair, like in this area, right? Like, so many options. No idea how to do anime Luffy hair, or you know, any anime hair for that matter. Right? We're just kind of like making things part in a good direction. In a direction. Aha. Now that we have done him from reference a handful of times. So this isn't theoretically that strange of an attempt. He set his hat on for a lot of them. That carries a lot of weight. And we decided here that the hat would be, you know, behind him. Is that? Oh, right. There's nothing's filled in, so it doesn't matter where this layer is. It's going to have to fall behind him. Now this hat, yeah, I've seen it hand drawn. I watched the video, and it was this like loose scrawling I really liked when I watched Oda do it. We're gonna try to mimic it a bit in this like bumpy loose straw shaped things. Hey, another email. What do we got? Space Engineers 2 came out just now. Well, I think honestly like an hour and a half ago, but wild. I had a lot of fun with that game. That's right, we're not gonna get too caught up here with the hat, just like we're not gonna get caught up with the face of the hands. What are we doing on hands? Making shit up. I hear this is kind of easy. Wait a minute. A hand. All right. What's a hand look like? Kind of comes out in. It's the left hand. Is he running? He is. He's running left hand, left foot forward. Didn't think that through. I guess he's done that before, right? Make a fist, maybe? Like a fist? And early Oda did a lot of these big circles like this. He's very simplified. I say early Oda. Some things I've seen him do. But that's the, he kind of knows when to do them bits, and we're not. We don't. Oh, it's a whole nother layer. That's fun. We get like a wrist bone bump there, right? And then we moving on. Same thing if we were to do a little fist, simple fist down here, what would that look like? I think we've got the back of the palm here, right? So we actually have... I mean, that's a decent envelope. like knuckles. We had a good shape there, and we didn't even think about dividing it up well. What if we? And that's, I mean, these are just going to be knuckles. They're not even fingers. But there's more of a rounded shape to his hand. I don't think it's even that. Probably something more right there. Let's get rid of some lines. We have some good thoughts here. That is 3 lines, not 4, because there's not 5 fingers. I'm a smart guy. And it's not these lines we need as much as we need these, what, like indents to show like knuckles rather than... And that's 2 lines, not 3, suddenly. We're subtracting fingers. No reference, all imagination. Alright, he's got some sandals on. But you know, feet, another difficult thing, the thing we haven't spent really any time on. See, I'm already giving you excuses. There's so much anxiety pumps from doing this. I don't like to do this in front of myself. Alright, like what's it, like an ankle? A heel? Maybe even a heel out. Proportions similar to a hand. It's sandaled, so it's, you know, encased in a sandal, which, with ellipse, right, with like 3 thongs at an angle. If we were to do this, let's zoom out and look at the leg. Straight on, maybe a little bit of a shape. And that's a heel. Thong? Toe thong? We're on the back right foot, so this way. The real answer is who fucking knows what a foot looks like. I'm sure if we keep scratching lines over it, though, one of those lines is bound to be correct, right? That's how art works. Because, like, honestly, with all the scratches, don't care. It looks okay. You know, just say, you'll just scratch it all out until under there somewhere my brain will make the shape for me, and then all I gotta do is erase the correct lines. That's it, right? That's a strategy. For example, this is not how... Is this working? There's no way this works. It's just drawing in reverse. guess it fucking works. A foot. I'm gonna give some confidence to those lines and fuck it all up. See that's a fuck up. That's not what a leg looks like. But if I leave this space blank, it's what a leg looks like right now. All right, that might be the best piece of the whole piece. And we're gonna try that strategy again. All right, let's scribble it all in. Pen. All right, we get this. We do the heel. I don't think the heel's there. It's probably farther out. We get the sandal. Through the toes. Jeez, is this really working? I mean, not perfect, but it reads like a fucking foot. Let's go back over it with some, confident lines. Oh, that is a tiny foot, though. Can I just do this? Almost like the whole leg is tiny. Can I just... Okay, this is something I don't want to get in the habit of doing, so I don't know why I'm doing it. Let's merge the layers that matter. These 3 inked layers. Let's do a coloring layer. So, if we have this, get rid of the shading. This is a tool, the fill tool, right? And there's this like ability to put down lines, but I need it to like only hit where I tell it. And sometimes it does shit like that. And I think I need to close in some gaps or sell it to allow it already is closing in gaps like by a lot. You can see now even here I gotta figure this out because it draws these lines around it because all that gradient. So I think we could try the brush instead. What if, we actually just painted this? What would that serve? I mean, it would serve me in this art piece, but I've not done this before either. You can see like the strokes are layering on top of each other. This is just the basic brush. Digital painting. You're seeing it here live. I painted a coffee mug once. I think I painted it in high school and maybe middle school, elementary school. Are people just, I don't know what they're doing. Bigger strokes, bigger brushes. And then we go in later. I mean, this is just black. Do I just go outside the target, then clean it up? Because that also feels pretty good. If we just come out here now with the eraser tool. I've also seen people use the lasso to do this. To paint with. I think they're filling there with the lasso tool. All the tricks of the trade, we'll figure them out eventually. I lift my pin up more so when I undo something, I don't lose all the stuff. Honestly, not bad, not bad. Feels colored. Let's do his hair. That's, I mean, that's all black, kind of. Nope. Brush. Eraser tool. Let's come back up here with the brush. Let's make it a smaller tool. That's the pen. Which, honestly, not terrible idea, but not for this area. It wouldn't be a terrible idea. We'll make it smaller. Oh, wait, let's just do exactly what we just did. What if we just, you know, fill it all in? Like, is this the answer? When we come back with the eraser tool. I feel like we actually start with the lasso. For the big parts, right? Like, clean it up with a brush in a second. Oh. What about... So the lasso tool keeps adding to the selection, right? So if I do that, learning the tools, y'all. Learning the tools. No, wait. Let's undo a couple of those selections. I think it didn't play nice. I gotta remember how it selects. See, we keep doing that. We'll fill that back in. I guess this whole segment there. Multiple ways to do things. Alright, what do we end up with? Just a few places to clean up. A couple places to repaint. Let's make the brush smaller now. We're going for the black. We have to give ourselves full opacity again. Probably a brush tool that does a better job of capturing that. Although the lines disappear, so I might just lighten it up so we can see the lines. Like just a bit. A Lumpy, ruler of the 2 C's. Alright. There is a setting on the paint bucket that can help with some of those. I think it's a gap setting but it's been a while since I tweaked it. I did see that, and I've messed with it a bit, but what I haven't done is get too deep into it. Like, let me go back to it now that I see your comment. I guess you can't see anything because of the big reference image that we're not really using. Where's my mouse? There we go. So, closed gap, I have it currently maxed out. And I think one of the problems, of course, was how big my gaps were for this one. Down here, it messed with the gradient, so there's probably something in tolerance, or I can mess with that a bit and get some work to it. One of the mini classes, and this was a thing I've got too many courses I'm taking, but I am actively taking them all the time in the world. That's gonna be, if we keep this up for you, that'll be my YouTube video, right? If you have all the time and resources, how much can you learn in a year? And apparently I'm stuffing everything I can anyway. Lots of classes anyway. There's some digital painting stuff coming up in that course list. It might be a few months before I get there. So anything I've done today is like the little tidbits I've gotten from watching some other people and or experimenting over the years. I mean, I do remember a time, paint only, MS Paint, where the there was no extra bits to the paint bucket tool. We didn't have those tolerances, those gaps. Just wait until you start to implement all the hotkeys and have to relearn everything. I'm trying to a little bit. Like, I've got Control Z, I've got spacebar, rotation, brush and pen, alt dips colors. That's something else I've got to get into my wheelhouse. But here's my question. Here's one of my dilemmas. Maybe a question. Keyboard, brand new. It's got its own problems because it goes to sleep when you don't press it, and then it's not as reactive. Anyway, C to swap to clear using the same brush as a lifesaver. C to clear? Wait a minute. What do you mean? So if I have on a brush, and I hit C. Oh, wait. Is that not erase? It's erasing with the brush. It's swapping to the transparency bit. Oh, I'm gonna have to figure that out. Interesting. Let's put the pen on. What's it do for the pen? Kind of an eraser, but with that pen. That's awesome, actually. Okay. So that's better than fumbling with the erase tool. What was my question? So this new keyboard almost entirely, it doesn't entirely exist because of the problems I'm going to name. My keyboard was getting old. I was using, actually my first one broke, and I was using my second one that I had gotten brand new, and she had already moved on. Anyway, it was old. But this one doesn't have a numpad, which I'm still getting used to. I use the numpad. Like, I went through math on a calculator the other day, and the numpad was, well, not where it wasn't there. And I've regularly pressed enter with the arrow keys, because that's the thing on the far right where enter key used to be. So we're learning that. But what it does do is I can move it. It's wireless. which means it's not in the center, it's not in my way, there's not a cable, which has been super, super helpful. Yesterday, I discovered that it could save multiple Bluetooth profiles, 3. So I've got one for my computer, and now I've got one for my iPad. And my first thought was, oh man, I could use the same hotkeys on Procreate that I use on Clip Studio Paint. I can't. Not that I can't. If I can, there's more to it. But first things first is it's not Control C, Control V. It's the Apple button. I don't know what they call that. Command C, Command V. So that's fucked. And then the hotkeys are just off enough that I would just end up learning 2 sets of hotkeys for it. Now, of course, maybe I pay $1 a month and get Clip Studio Paint on the iPad, and that solves some of the problems. That could solve some of the problems. Not said out loud. I mean, $1 a month. Unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. I just hate subscription service. I hate adding subscription services. That's really... I could have Photoshop for $10 a month. I'd rather give Clip Studio Paint $60, which I've done. And hold on to it forever. Anyway, so keyboard, one option. It would be nice to just have the same, like, master these shortcuts as we're stumbling over them now, but as I learn them, be able to use them on my other device, which we did some drawing on this weekend. Not that if I'm at a computer with a keyboard, this shouldn't be my go-to, but anyway, I digress. Option 2. My new tablet that comes on Wednesday comes with a little key dial that's, a tiny programmable hotkey pad that I could use instead. As long as, I think it's like 15 hotkeys and a dial is enough. And then I could just program it in Windows to be the same things that it is on Mac. And that's option 2. I like that option for cross compatibility. I just got to program it twice. But I don't like that option for having a third goddamn thing well, not a third, like a 5th, 7th, 8th thing sitting on my desk getting in the way. Key dial sounds great, but the keyboard's real nice. It's nice enough. I've got a fucking Stream Deck over here. I've got a Focusrite fucking headphones microphone thing. My mouse is kind of pushed off to a little corner while I do this. My Red Bull is way over here. I guess it just pushes my keyboard back and out of the way, and that's all I end up using, but we're gonna play with them. I'm rambling and I'm not drawing. So let's see what we did. We did that. And I don't hate it. There are some problems. His foot looks awesome. That's my new strategy for feet, apparently, is to overdraw them. Let's give ourselves a layer and let's think about everything we did, and we'll do something else. We'll do another thing. New layer. Which one is it? This one? I want it on top. Let's make it red, because that's how we critique ourselves in red, I guess. Alright. The fun pose. Dynamic pose. Right? There's some proportion issues. The legs seem long. Now, if we look at... If I do some measuring... Theoretically, that line and that line should be about the same distance. Which means the foot should have ended right about there. The back foot, kind of the same. It's not really that much farther back. Should have ended right about there. Legs, arms, these things here, these elbows. Right, we've got that line and that line. And again, I'm critiquing with the little bit I know how to critique with. These lines should be about bottom of the rib cage, so that. Of course, Luffy's a cartoon character who stretches, so maybe not all of these things are true. About the same distance again. Just gonna eyeball that. So maybe right about there. Doop, doop. That feels okay. Shoulders are probably bigger. All right, we could probably have done a better job in there. The head. So if we measure everything based on heads, let's add blue to it. If I do a head box, things are heads tall. Let's cut the mouth a bit because it's open. And then let's take this thing and move it around. All right, so theoretically, or I guess we can't really move it around. I'm thinking like the head is 1/8 to the whole body is 7.5 to 8 heads. A good ruler would be great if I understood how to use it. I think we have a whole thing here, like I can measure. I've never found where the measurement lines up. Like, where's the? How do I know how big that is? So I'm gonna like duplicate this line 8 times. And anyway, we just won't fuck with it. Instead, we'll just hit the sketch button and look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so the head is a little big, is what I'm seeing. If we were to shrink up, let's play with it. Let's play with the digital tools. Let's say that we shrink up the foot. How would I do that? Like this. Done. All right, before we do all this, let's duplicate this layer, right? This is the layer. These are the layers. Let's merge them down. Deselect and duplicate. Let's not mess with the original if we can. We drew it. It's fine. Oh, that's a long cut in. We almost had a really good lasso. Not gonna be too specific, but transform that and let's make our assumption. Cool. Okay, now the other one. A little longer. Maybe a little bigger. Okay, hands. I said the back one was fine, but this one needed to come in. So we can probably cut in a little bit of the shirt since it's all black. Then we gotta make sure it mainly keeps its size. Get rid of some of these red lines. I mean, that does feel more proportional. I think we've got something there. The head's a bit big. We did increase the size of the head, so let's find. Yeah, like we just did it. Better. There's some art there to be done, right? There's some cleanup that we would do if we really wanted to like solidify this. Alright, the straw hat. Clean up some of this arm. I mean, you can probably tell it's been, you know, heavily edited. We're gonna start doing that pin with the clear button now. Actually, thank you. Some of these weird lines look like they were intentional. Well, that's kind of nice. Yep, nope, I'm feeling that C button already. That was such a good tip. Holy shit. Like, it's so easy to erase exactly the spaces I want. Mix it in with a little bit of Control C. Or Control Z, rather. You can see we can, like, slowly bring out these lines. And then I can generally erase. That's a lot of free morphing. Not morphing, free edits. Now, feels much nicer to clean this up with the pen tool than the paintbrush. Go ahead and zoom. Now we've got, I want to say, a line here that I would prefer be like that, and then he's got this like Popeye arm going that I'd like to clean up. Maybe that's this way. Pencil, clear pencil. Oh yeah, dude, thank you so much for that tool. It's making this cleanup make a lot more sense. And we can just get back in here and draw where it makes sense. Good thick lines, and then we can come in and like tighten it up. That's so much better than an eraser. Control plus. Yeah, we're learning, we're learning. Just cleaning up some of this, you know, line work. Choosing our lines better. Feels better. Okay, let's do a side by side to the modified one. I guess kind of a side by side. How do I want to do this? Let's put them back on top of each other. And make this one the bad one. Let's change that to a red. Lower the opacity a bit. Alright. Going back after the fact and kind of cleaning it up feels okay. I'm seeing some things now with this I'd also like to do. I think you can see we're not getting a good job of inking that line, but let's color that in. I think that's a better, like I think he always needed a little more pinch back here. Hey, there we go. Clean that up there. And I think we color in this portion of the inside. We kind of zoom in a bit, and we got to maybe make this button a little more clear. So we have the clear button. There we go. Now, what is this line? I don't think it's anything. All right, one more cleanup. One more thing I noticed when I pull back. This isn't some finished work of art. It's supposed to be a doodle. But we kind of got, I don't want to say carried away. Oh, I remember what that line was now. I remember. It's alright, we can do it again. It's the string for the hat. That's clear. That's the pencil. Yeah, it's fun. Boom, 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 boom. Save that. We've been saving things. This is just gonna be day 10. This is not the right folder. All right. Hey man, how are you? How's the drawn going? Drawn's going well. We drew from mostly imagination today, and we came up with what we came up with. Oh, this is something we haven't spent enough time doing. We spent so much time studying, copying reference. You know, I wanted to spend. We want to spend the day having fun, trying to just make something. So we've done that. We're gonna take a lunch. We're gonna come back. We're gonna see where the doodles take me for the second half. So this is not my finished piece. Call it a day. We should at least sit down for a little bit more. Because as soon as the stream ends, I'm probably hitting classes again. Probably hitting up, you know, a draw box or some video that I've got saved up that we can't. You know, I don't want to do here. Maybe we'll focus less on the detail. And I'll put down some, like, we'll try to do some, you know, mannequin stuff and see where that lands me. So, give me about 10 minutes. I'm gonna go down, have some food, have a quick lunch, come back up here and hit the resume button, guys. So, BRB. All right, there, friends. Oh, we had a sandwich, kind of. We didn't have regular bread or cheese. But I did need to finish off the turkey. So we took the remainder of the turkey, slapped it between a hot dog bun that immediately broke into 2 pieces, 4 pieces. Threw some mustard on it. had a pair of Oreos, lemon Oreos, and now we're back. What are we doing? We're being bad at the art. We're really trying to come to terms with it. Because I tell you, drawing boxes and lines and copy reference. I mean, even the copy reference I feel bad about until it finally starts to come together. You know, doodling out something like this feels alright. Just gotta turn off the voices in my head. Turn off the voices in my head. Even better when we start, critiquing ourselves at the end. And all the things we could have done. And we did clean some up. I think I wouldn't have minded his head being, rotated just a little more to that, nose position, side position we saw earlier. Whatever that thing was that we had. Oh boy. But this is fine. We are fine. Things are fine. Get rid of these excess lines. We've saved this. We've done our work here. Let's group all of these together and do something with a blank slate. Which I love about this digital bit is it doesn't matter. All my doodles rather have layers upon layers upon folders upon folders upon layers upon folders, right? And we can just put everything we want on the paper. We can delete it. We can just make another layer. This is good. This is one of the reasons I'm really enjoying the digital art. It's just the ease of putting things down. The ease of which it all hits. What about this? Bop, bop. Oh, no, not that one. I gotta hit G twice. I gotta remember that it's the second gradient, the second fill tool I like. Alright, we're making art. Doodling, 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 doodling for the sake of it. Now, does the clear tool work here too? It does, but it hurts the lines. I just don't like that big fill. Modern art on a modern tool. You can see even here, we've got this line. Is that something we can... If I raise the tolerance to like 60 from 40, it seems to be even worse. If I bring it down to like 19. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know a way to get rid of that. We'll leave our tolerance at 40 where it was then. What's area scaling? Area scaling immediately solves that problem. Wait a minute. Back, you poorly filled everythings. Let's look at that again. Zoom in. Hey, look at that. Area scaling, whatever that is, fixes the problem. Alright. So, poses from memory, poses from reference. Poses. Drawing fun stuff. Is that study? Like, I feel like, you know, throwing down a dude trying to get like a just a good pose. You know, is that, are we doing shoulders are more out here. Multiple elbowed band. I mean, we could have multiple elbows. They do it in one piece, but we're not doing it. That wasn't intentional, right? So. A little more than shoulder width apart. Now, did we generally create the same? Yeah, kind of. I'm getting the sense, you know, getting a better sense of where the halfway point is, and then, you know, duplicating it. Just like, drawing dudes, drawing people. I don't know what we're doing. I don't know what we're putting down. Maybe just, you know, wild leg people. I don't think I ever learned how to just draw. How to just put stuff down. A little Betty Boop. It's kind of this. How's it go? Like. Right in front of the mouth, and then. Ooh, I'm being coy. Then the legs have to, like. I feel like we can do something like that. Haha. Boopified. Yeah, something unlocked for me the other day. A little brain piece when I was looking at I'd say a life drawing from Bridgman stuff, which is a topic that, you know, was brought up to me first on stream, and I went, oh, what's that? And it was that the size of the torso in relation to the pelvis was different between, you know, men and women, and that little bit of difference, that little bit of exaggeration on this hip here, I feel like unlocked something for my brain. I can kind of draw this figure shape, and it makes it, I don't know, it unlocked. That's all you gotta know. What else? What else? We can do that shape we were trying to do earlier, maybe. The Zorro bit. It's a little short. I've made this one a little smaller. I've got to represent that, don't I? Every time I change my mind, I'm just going a little darker. a lot going on in that hand region. Is just getting drawn and redrawn over. And then we can, like, it's all behind him, right? Give that a little bit of a hey, you can kind of tell what it is. Of course, the great thing about a lot of the Zoro stuff, other than, like, it's very straight-legged, and then it's all like black underneath. So I have a feeling that I could just take this, you know, brush tool and just hide all of it in there. Haha, no detail. It's all black. Are we coloring this in and not moving on to the next piece? I don't know. And I feel like I can take the pen tool, cleared, give myself the lines back, the detail. That actually feels really good. Nope, nope, don't do that. Using those lines in the white to give an outline to the pants. Kind of erasing the detail out, erasing some of the lines out, is bringing forward the piece in a fun way. Make that a little bigger. Kind of like I did with the foot. I get enough of the lines from the sketch that my mind is making the details come back. So that's... feels like art, guys. Feels like I'm doing a thing. Oh no. I can't be doing a thing. Let's come back with the lines. Come back with the sketching bits. In fact, this was a little higher. We can see, like, this arm's in the front, so we just take those lines, start getting rid of the ones that look like they don't belong. Put some of these back in, take some of these back out. Fuck, Okar, that C button is doing wonders for me. If I needed it too much, like, you know, you lose something. Almost like I'm committing to too much detail. But stuff like that was real easy to do. What do we have up here? If I try to put in a nose. Part of the eye. I want to actually undo that. I don't want to. And now we can come in and kind of scratch out the lines that don't feel right. Put back in the lines that feel right. Kind of like we're messing around over here. Like this line. Hitting V, not C there. If we do more with the swords, maybe? Kind of want to maintain this white line, but I can always go put it back in. Take out some lines. I don't think I want to take out that many of this, so let's put some. The whole thing feels loose and I like it. Like it's talking about fun in the fun. Just found a style I liked. Drawing and removing lines. Alright. So we can even like... There's designs on this thing, right? That are like this, little diamonds. There's little caps on them. It's a game changer. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if I've unlocked something in my brain. It's always nice when you think you picked up something, but being able to put lines down and remove them, and I kind of just took a messy sketch and kind of turned it into something. That was nice. I think this is something, of course, we can play with, we can experiment with. This is not like where my art finds its end, but it's nice to be able to like throw something down and like make it look like a thing. Can we turn Betty Boop pose into a Nami in that same fashion? I've got this One Piece art. We have plenty of reference for like a I would say a post time skip Nami, I think, if I scroll down far enough. They've season 19. Ooh. Seen a good outfit thought, and then headshot. I think we invent something. Something like that's pretty modest. Alright, so how did we just do this? We added until it was until we found it, and then we deleted the extra stuff. Can we do that again? Let's just duplicate the layer. Let's kind of take a look. So got that frill there on the arm. I guess if the chest is this way, we're about to find out how little I've drawn a bosom. I know that we get like that heart shape that leads up to the neck. They've got a very like pulled in neck, and then Oda loves a tiny torso. Hips come back out. Especially in this pose, and we have this like frill and really high up. And then legs that really, they start thick, and then kind of like we're doing here, they really descend into the pose. I gotta remember the gesture isn't the same as the actual body. And then we get arms. And again, the gesture is not the same as the bodies. I guess we don't need to control Z, because we're gonna find the shape from the erasings. I don't want to spend too much time on the head yet. Let's start erasing. So we came out here, came in just for the small waist. Right, we got kind of this. The skirt bit. There's some cross hatching. There's some strings we'll come back later to once we get the general shape of the body. I was erasing, not marking. Let's go back to our C key, not our E key. What happens here? So we've got this hand, which we're not putting the most detail into. This foreshortened bit here. We've got the shoulder, this kind of frill look to it. We can even clear out kind of the lines over here. Let's do this leg, just kind of bring it all into. So I'm good with the thighs doing a little bit of turning. I think we've got to find the line here. Thigh probably more here. Me erasing, and where are we at? Completely. That's anatomy, y'all. Don't worry about it. We did it. Okay. I feel like there's gotta be more there. Alright, so definitely problems here with this arm. The outfit itself comes around, and we've got this, like, I think we've got this shape feels okay. It happens again, but the elbow is here, and I've just got to clean up and find the right line for the arm, and then we could do the other. I mean, the other breast is likely just hiding behind. But let's think about what this arm might actually do. I was thinking, I mean, maybe it comes down here. It's got to have some. I guess that would be a better wrist if we cut off the wrist there, and then we have, you know, whatever we do with the hand here. Does leave us with this, like, covering up most of this, you know, line area here. There's the cut of the shirt is wide, but I don't think we see any of that detail unless it does come from here. and then we covered, mostly covered. We can get rid of some of the mess around here. Clean it up just a bit. I think some of the scratch marks and stuff add a nice bit of character to it for me. A good sketch. Sketch line stuff, but now we've got a head. And, well, we've got a head. We don't even have a complete hand, right? There's definitely ideas for how we would block this off. But let's think about the head. Let's take a good look. Definitely this like V shape. It's not this big. It is gonna be about that big. There's some hair, which is probably the defining feature on this sketch. Let's say behind the head over here and a little bit in front. We're gonna find it same way we've been finding it around. Just kind of put it down. I think we can even scratch, bring it in as negative, like negative space with the eraser, like we do with the pants down there. If we can like bring it in and like enough detail. Maybe just block off the big bits. I kind of want to find the face shape. Make sure the hair doesn't cover it up too much. Alright, so if that's the face shape, it's not. No, I want the pen. We're doing work with the pen still. And the hair does come down. It is two pigtails that drop behind the body. I want to leave outlines for the for the shoulders in here, and the neck, and the face. Nope, let's get rid of that line. Am I still on the pen? I am. And then that line I want to keep together. Nope. And it's just a rounded head, none of this part. See if I can't get that shape. Alright, so, this hand ain't quite it. she's like hiding her whole face with it. And there's definitely some face. Do this with the hair. We block it out. Can I then come in with the tool and then carve out the fun bits? If I knew what they were doing, maybe. Now, we didn't intentionally try to hide the whole face. What had happened? So where do we line up things then? Big eyes. Maybe more straight brow. We're gonna take out some of this fist, see where we can land something. See if we can find the face. It just needs to be enough face that we maybe recognize the person. Probably here. Let me get some non-nightmare fuel inducing face. Maybe let's find a zoom in. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Probably just have to get rid of more of this hand to really see what I'm doing. It's probably too long of a hand anyway. We could probably bring it away. I think what we're seeing is just definitely lower nose. And then big eyes. Nightmare-inducing eyes. Where's she looking? Straight on? Straight on. And I think it's better to just maybe fill in the whole thing. And then erase? Let's try that. Totally not nightmare-inducing. We're getting there, y'all. We're getting there. Crazy Nami. I think, yeah, drawing it and filling it in ain't the idea. Not that I'm too upset with the general feel of all of it. I think it's coming together. It might be maybe, you know, take this eye and bring it more in that way. Maybe lower the whole thing a bit. We might just be nightmare fuel today, fellas. Oh man. Let's zoom in a bunch. Let's give ourselves just the stare. Hey, Optunia. Opuntia. Hello. My day's going great. We're doodling. We're trying not to study. We're trying just to have fun with it. Something we've struggled to do on our own lately. And so far, we have discovered we kind of enjoy scratching things down and then, you know, erasing them until we find our lines. That being said, this line here is something. How are you doing? How's your day going? I think we gotta find some major. We gotta focus on some major facial features, and a big one that I'm seeing is no longer that bottom line right here, but more. Drawing a lot of. There's a lot of Luffy showing up in her face. I couldn't imagine why. So I think the line thickness is a big one. Like we gotta go thinner. Let's give ourselves more of a space to work with. Nope. This button. Yep. Trying to get my buttons correct. My hotkeys, at least. Okay. Let's see. Things to note, things that are different, more delicate, smaller lines. So let's go down to like a 7 on the pen tool. What else? more delicate lines here. Let's see. The eyeballs are pretty good circles. They exist just above. Just like kind of in line with the nose. It'll be a little smaller here. We're at this angle. She's got a heavy top line here with the eyelashes. Getting closer. Find a good line for the eyebrow. I think there's even like a second brow. There's a circle. I think we're getting somewhere. Like this eye feels way better, even if it's got some room to grow. What are we really seeing? I mean, there's some light being shown, some shading, not some shading, but there's like a little circle for the lights. There's some hashing, and now if we're talking nightmare fuel, we're getting there. We totally are. But that's fine. Shave the brow down. I think this line here is also closer. Forehead hair comes down a bit more. Not that we're doing a lot with it. But we're gonna do some shaping of it soon. At least we're gonna put some lines in it. I think it's turning out pretty nice. Thank you. It's been pretty great. Quitting smoking is not easy, but I've been keeping busy. Quitting smoking was tough. Been there once. Good luck. Absolutely good luck. I managed to quit in 2012 mostly, and it was because I took up vaping at the time. It gave me something to replace it with, and then vaping was a lot easier to quit. I only did that for a couple months at best. So now, what I'm feeling, right, I mean, because she does not have color in hair. So I'm feeling like we do this line here where we kind of take it out with the eraser in all the right ways. And we just play with this area for a bit. See what happens. Now this hair does a lot of this, and we can probably erase huge portions of this at some point. Like you can see like the middle, like we could totally just clean that up this way. Trying to blend it in with what's actually happening. sketch, 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 paint, 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 draw, draw, draw. If I overdo it, we'll definitely lose the form and shape. Oh my god, that is pretty. All right, so the head has to be shifted over. The whole thing is you zoom out on that. That is rough. Oh man, all right. And we didn't even know what to do with the wrist. All right, here we go. Oh man. We were so concerned if we could. We never asked if we should. Like, we definitely have a neck to deal with. I feel like center body. Better. At least the line up. Let's just say okay there. Try not to do too much digital tool stuff, but oh, that felt like an easy candidate. It also means we need to give this some more fill this in a bit more. I'm going to treat it similarly. Going to give ourselves an outline of the neck there and the head. And we're going to give ourselves an outline of the actual... Nope. Nope. All the hotkeys. That's thick as hell. Alright. I mean, honestly, without the line, it probably looks best it's going to get. What does her actually do? So we get this like definitive line here. Right there. Which we can, we can clean that up this way. And then put it back in. Shit. I'm trying to clean up with the right erasing tool. This way. And put it back in. It does some stuff. Curves around the ear, which, maybe a little small. We've done wild things with this. It was much better without the detail. How can we bring this together better? Let's do what we have been doing. First, we duplicate, because that's a wild bit of art there. We're going to duplicate this whole layer. I'm going to just draw over it now. So let's just go ahead and put a hand here. All right, we get the... At this point, we're kind of taking out the detail and make it fit with the rest of it. We weren't going to change much here. I wasn't meant to spend all this time prettying up a Nami. Of course, nightmare fuel, Nami. You know what? Fuck it. We found it. We did it. We'll move on to the next piece. We gotta be okay with ourselves sometimes. There we go. Now we merged. So the original picture. And what we missed, probably. Just my pen. What I probably, missed here was the angle of the head. So when we did that move, we mostly messed up we saw it wrong. We saw, oops, that lasso tool. What we probably could have done instead was hit that rotation. And that gives the pose a lot more, I'll hit yes for now. We're gonna undo it. Yeah. I mean, honestly, we could probably leave that. Works for me. Works for me. Whew. Again, welcome those who are new. Hi, I'm Casey. We're in common. And we're teaching ourselves to draw. And we've spent a lot of time on a lot of classes recently. I mean, the bigger story is we have wanted to draw for decades, and we've never taken the time to put the effort and the pencil to the paper for long enough. And that's what I'm hoping to do by using my dedication to the stream. So we're just going to spend all this time drawing poorly in front of people. Today's thing is I spent too much time doing classes and boxes and, copy reference. We've made some pretty good stuff when we looked at a reference and took like 3 hours to put it down. But I want to spend more time just drawing from imagination as well. I've got to round myself out. Today is I'm rounding myself out day. So we made Zoro almost entirely from memorization we got here, and just I think the style itself feels good. Somewhere in there we decided we could just erase lines and it would sort itself out of the sketch, and it kind of did. It kind of did. Now I don't think I could put that to better line art right now, but I had fun. This was a completely dynamic pose. We came up with, I think we did these in order, and we came back to this one because I think it was a pretty good pose. We've maybe done something. There's some nightmare fuel in here. That's fine. It doesn't fit the style as we kind of got into the detail and the thinner lines up here. But it's whatever. This is that part in any good sketchbook where they flip through and they're like, these were the first 10 days of a 100-day journey, so we're gonna be okay with these. Let's do some more of these poses. Maybe they turn into something, maybe they don't. We're gonna group these up. Here we can do some of that so we know what's there later. Grouped, new layer. Let's add that one. Alright, I think we do, we'll see, I'm not going to put a limit on myself. I was about to just put a limit on myself. Let's do some doodling. Alright, so, a pose. How about, like, just a good old-fashioned Kamehameha? That's the one I have from memory. Kind of. Like if we're shooting a beam, in that direction. What does that look like? Let's get rid of our reference. Let's remove that from our stream view. Let's give ourselves more room. Oh, no. Control Y there. I need to be down here and Control Z, Control Z. Alright, let's give ourselves more room. So we're doing this thing where we're just kind of like scribbling over scribbles. Alright, and this form I've usually seen like shoulders kind of here. This one comes back. This one goes over. Alright. Actually, it comes kind of, the elbow comes in front of the body. And then back to something that's maybe more over here. We need a stance for this. Where the body is, the pose, kind of sideways, right? So is it more like a foreshortened right leg and a right here? Kind of criminal that the first thing I'm putting down in a Dragon Ball sketch is, or would be, a Goku. So fuck them. This is gonna be a Vegeta. Cause that should be what I do. That's a me thing. Probably more like here. With the sketch maybe up here. Let's see if we can't find a better head. I think I actually need a big eraser for this. Something like that. Maybe farther, you know. Blasphemy. Nope, we don't Control Z, we just keep scribbling over, and then we erase the lines we don't like till we find something we do. I think one of the big things here, maybe not that line, maybe not that lasso. It's right there. Cool. Erasing. That's not the erasing. This is the erasing. Cool. Cool. I think I'm trying not to use the lasso tool, and here I am using it a whole bunch to find bits. Let's say that's it. Let's think about the anatomy of this whole thing. With the pencil. This is here. We're gonna have torso. What if it's like the rib cage? But the pelvis should be flat. If we're talking about a knee, all right, in front of what, the boot? It's back a bit, so maybe up here. These very muscular areas of the body, because he's usually really tight clothing. I'm finding some kind of foot there, and that feels fine. Let's pull the eraser out. First the eraser. Let's get the big shapes out of here. That's definitely a contour. We need the detail back again. Like this one here. Like that's, you know, close to the camera. Probably bigger. Makes this more horizontal. Get rid of some of the inner lines, give ourselves some detail to start latching onto. We talked about a bigger foot because it's in front of us. It's closer to the camera. So now we can kind of play with this space. My leg looks better than the rest of this. Oh, man. It's alright. We're going to do the same treatment to everything. All right, so some proportion problems I'm seeing kind of there. But that's how we kind of clean them up. Now we gotta take that leg a little farther out and bring it down. Okay, okay. Now I'm going to move it, whole thing down. And I wonder about this pose. Not the mechanics of it. And I'm kind of happy with where the feet landed right now. I probably would bring here. Probably could bring this over and be happier with it. Oh yeah, a little bit actually. This is the problem with digital art is I could just do that. Or the greatness about it. One of those things is true. When I'm thinking about the pose, is, you know, we're kind of, we were like Kamehameha, then we said no Goku, we did Vegeta instead. I think we can make this like a Galacon. Hey man, how you doing? Hey, pretty good. Hello, welcome to the channel. I'm actually doing good. We're finding some fun in sketching, very loosely, and then erasing some sketches and trying to find shapes and ideas out of it, which is a first for me. This is all new territory. We're having some fun, finding the fun. How about you? How are you doing? I feel like the sketch lines are being very forgiving to me. That's probably helpful. They are helping me see the rest of it. So yeah, I think I just need a reference. Fine tune before sleep. Good. No, no reference here right now. But I think I want to find the exact armor, clothing bit, so I can visualize it. So essentially, what I've been doing for the last 10 days or so on stream is lines, boxes, copying from reference, and I haven't been doing a lot of imagination. So we're working on imagination right now. It's something I haven't done before. This is by the way, anxiety fuel. But we're talking our way through it, and we're liking more and more everything we're putting down. So it's helping. Let's see if I can find a reference off. I say off camera, but I'll bring it up. I'll show you what I'll end up looking at. Just want to see a picture of Vegeta. In my head, this is late Z, with the gloves and the boots. One of my favorite moments. Favorite arcs, Cell Saga, Buu Saga stuff, but let's see what the Akira Toriyama art of Akira Toriyama page I have does for me. Not a lot. There's not a lot of Vegeta on this. There really ain't. I guess I could just Google it. I started typing in Vegeta, and it auto-corrected to vegetables. I want something that's not going to greatly influence my what I'm drawing. Something I can't really use the angles on. So we're gonna do this one real quick. There we go. That's what we're basing this off of. I actually need a Big Bang pose too, I guess. Let's. Nope, not that one. That's not what we. So it's. I could almost do. Can I do Final Flash from here? I could do Final Flash from here. That's actually. How would that look? Yeah, no big reference. I'm gonna turn off that and just go right back to this page. That's what we're kind of looking at. And let's see if we can sketch that out. So first and foremost, I'm gonna hit a new layer because this is. I like how that turned out, and we're gonna preserve it a little bit. I guess before we do that, we also just take out. Let's take this over and move it, right? Just, hey, you're great. I'm not gonna really use you. So let's just move you off to the side. Digital tools, am I right? We could just take the art and move it. And now back on this next layer, let's think about this pose. So, what would I do? So we've got. Okay. He's bigger, right? He's a bulkier version here. Probably bring that down a bit. Kind of lean in. Let's go ahead and take out some lines. We're finding it. We're finding the line. Nope. We're gonna have a shoulder kind of here and kind of back here. I don't know. Well, we did it on brush because I hit B. We have a shoulder right here and somewhere back on this side. Kind of. I'd probably have to be bigger. If he's standing here and he's got his arms out Like, it's not going to be, you know, one of these motions, right? It's got to be kind of coming at the camera here, doesn't it? And then out there. Does that work? If we start... hands, by the way. Hands. Kind of outlining this image. We have the front of the shirt there. Kind of looking at the outfit. The armored bits. Going to give us a little bit to play with. And then it's back to the body. Let's see if I can't get the armor first. Alright, let's do some erasing of the big lines. Let's get rid of some of that. Pencil, there we go. Let's see. We got a plate there, and the plate might actually be the best way to kind of frame this, because finding it and lining it up will give me an idea of where the torso kind of is. So we've got a block of it kind of right there. Come on now, we've got kind of a block of it here. And he's got this big chest area. What does it look like? Like a, well, like a chest. Big strappies. Strappies. We're gonna call them strappies. I mean, the chest is probably gonna bulge out on one side. Let's give it some angles. Probably too much torso. He's not a tall man. Pen. And I think I've got him facing a lot more straight on than I think I want. I'm gonna try a shortcut. If we were to transform this, is there a way to, like, I want to shrink half of it? Yeah, of course. There is. Shrink half, and we just don't do it this way. We would do it, deselect, transform this. Oh no. I want to shrink without changing. There we go. And then deselect and this. Learning digital tools. Transform this. Bigger. No, I guess we wouldn't even see the right angles. The same angles. Here, let's just cancel dot 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 dot. Alright, That's our reference. We got something close, but let's redo it. Where's my pen? Oh. So, about that height. More out here. Right? So we've got... you know, I guess the plates are kind of... come up. The sternum is blocked off with the rest of it. This is more on the line. There we go. Now this, I feel like it's going to be more strapped that way. And we definitely have arms to think about next, but let's find the real lines here. Get rid of some of the scratches, put more down. I feel like there's lines back here, like perspective, like the torso is going to extend a bit more. I don't know my anatomy here, so we're going on gut. We've got like the outline of the plates. Even this one, I think, yeah, this one goes back a bit. Farther than this one. It's definitely not a transformer. We're definitely not drawing a transformer. At times it feels like it. And this line's got to behave better because that's not... There's nothing in that space. Okay, so we've got the straps that are gonna follow this plate. He's got a big neck, right? We've got this, like, chest. Nope. Pen, just clear pen. It's like chest plate that kind of comes out. And I think we're probably fine with the reference now. I don't want to draw any more from it. I don't want to have it up. Let's move back to the One Piece thing. Alright. So, if I'm thinking about this, I'm trying to think of the pose. I think first might be real easy fix. Nope, not that. If we squash it. He's kind of short. That feels like a long torso. That feels about right. We're not trying to do too much in the digital space, but let's take some shortcuts. Let's slowly get comfortable with that idea. Okay. I'm gonna add a new layer and we're gonna start sketching on top. So I think we decided we definitely are foreshortening this hand. Right, and it's gonna be big because it's at the it's out here. I don't know how big. You know, we're gonna play with this space. I'm not a hand guy, so you know, bear with me. We're doing that thing now where we find our subject with our eraser. I think we are... No, the fingers do separate. And I think the thing we might be missing is just kind of this... cylinder. We just gotta get the cylinders, right? The fingers are cylinders. Just a little bit of a perspective trick, right? We've been doing vanishing cylinders. Alright. Not that that's... Fingers are coming out. How much of the hand, you know, do we clear out of here? I think it might just be like a little palm, like this right in here. And that's just right at the camera. Doesn't feel correct. Especially because we're not like sideways on our model here. So if we have to move, we have to just move on from that piece and think about this as this body. It's, you know, where the foreshortening happens, you know, is my question. Oh, you know what? What if we bring it up like a... And that's even gonna be farther away, right? That's... So the idea being... What, like... Right here? And like, right there? Just gonna find the hand. Somewhere in here. Somewhere it exists. I don't know how I ended up with another layer right here. That line doesn't erase that one little... It's like a Rayman hand just out there. I mean, the idea is it would connect. Of course, we don't have any. We're not on that layer, so let's merge some layers. Let's fuck with some shit. And we know we've got some real problems here. We're having some fun. Try not to think too hard about the real problems with the art, with the proportions. Alright, next looking like it's gonna be something. Alright, let's Vegeta the head. So... do you think I've watched enough Dragon Ball in my childhood? I think I've doodled enough Dragon Ball to maybe figure something out without looking it up. This is gonna be one I think I have an easier time with than any other. I do want to move it onto the plane. Yeah, it'll be fine. I mean, getting this hair right, like there's this bit there. Alright, we can, again, this is something we can find and then erase out. I don't want to be too sketch with it. This is like the defining bit. But also that's kind of the whole piece. pencil. Don't be on the pencil. Be on the pen. What's our face? I think we have to find that nose too. That's gotta be a little more defined. I mean, this is wildly we terrible proportions. I'm just looking at that hand, it doesn't feel right. And I don't know where to put it to make it feel right. I think that's fine. Theoretically, we have another hand, like, you know, back here. You know, doing the same thing. Oh, elbow. If we put an elbow in right there, does that do anything for us? Not. It adds some. It definitely feels like it's taken some of the depth. Just giving it a point to latch onto. I still think it's, you know, terribly in the wrong space, but these like lines add something. Doing a thing. We're not ignoring the hands, but oh boy, we wish we could. Oh. Raise the roof, yo, let's go. Now, I do believe one of my bigger issues here is the angle. One of them. I mean, there's a lot of them, but if we cut that out and play with some transforms, like, can we find the angle where this makes some sense? I mean, a little bit. Let's hit OK here. Let's... I mean, of course, one of the problems here is this glove is a glove, not a... There's no, like, wrist bit here. So we could probably do that. We can make this a little bigger, I feel like. It's just big shoulders. I mean, we're gonna kill it with fire. But we don't get better at these poses unless we do them, right? I feel like it started out so promising with the foot, but let's try another idea. So we have a shoulder, bicep, wrist. Now I don't know what muscle groups we want to like put in front of the other, but that doesn't feel terrible. We can even maybe back the shoulder up a bit. Try to add some definition to like shape out some lines. Thicken them, maybe, because they're here, they're closer. That finger. Maybe it's not long enough. The lines again. Tells a better story. It looks a little better. A little. Let's pull that reference up, fix the hair, and we'll call it. I can feel my hand doing things. we'll pull an actual reference for this one, just like Vegeta side view for the hair. Side profile. Yeah. Okay. No. Leave it up. Alright, let's do that thing where I push the pen button and we just start kind of... Do I need a better picture? This is kind of it, kind of good. There's a whole bunch of wild new hair stuff going on with them lately. We got a crazy Super Saiyan 3 not too long ago. Spoilers if you haven't. We take all kinds of liberties here. But I really don't want to take too many. Alright, we're just kind of drawing over. We get to choose better lines to start. Some crazy lines. I mean, they're all... I'm looking at, like... Super Saiyans give me too many lines. There, that's better. Don't want anything that complex. There's just so many versions. I feel like I, can't get it wrong. At least. Alright, let's finish this off with just color that bad boy in. He says as he does ear detail, we're just gonna color it in ears. Ears. Let's get ourselves a little bit of a bigger brush as we're on the inside here. Okay. Let's hit the C, smaller brush. I'm seeing like some places to clean it up. And we're not cleaning up a lot of the scratch because it hides the bad lines. A lot of this is stuff we're gonna have to work ourselves out of. This isn't a style as much as a hiding of things, hiding of pieces. In fact, you can see things like I've got this toe, it's very pointed. That's great. What about the other toe? Why is that look like it's coming straight at me in a bulge? You know, is it better if I, you know, add a point to it? What would that point look like, you know, coming at us? I don't know. Nope. Are we working on different layers here? Kinda, yeah. Alright. Let's take this. Is there a way to select, cut, new, paste? Cool. And now all the sketch. Nope. Not all of it. Oh, did it? Okay, so now we can merge these two. Merge selected layers. Now the things that aren't visible are these sketch bits, which we can merge those selected layers, and then we can group the whole thing. Bam! I think. Oh, okay, nope. Come on, into the folder. Alright. That's about my hand for the day. Oh, boy, thank you so much for hanging out, those who are still here. You know, hey, we're learning to draw. We ain't necessarily drawing pretty things, but we're going to draw some things. Hopefully, each day we get a little better. Plenty of study. Today was throwing down some fun stuff. Depending on how much study I do this afternoon, we'll see what we do tomorrow. Maybe it's a study day, maybe it's a line day, box day, perspective day, or, you know, anime girl day. We're going to have one of those at some point. Thank you so much for hanging out, guys. Have a fantastic day. I'm back. We're here. We're here to figure this stuff out.